voy a dejar apuntado a mi altura.
Así mejor.
¿Este es tu ordenador?
No es el...
David, ¿tú necesitas tu ordenador aquí? ¿Sí? Vale.
Todos necesitamos nuestro...
Yo me lo tengo impreso porque yo no me sé mi presentación.
No, pero así va...
Van a cambiarlo arriba, ¿no?
No, porque realmente es incómodo. Y sobre todo no puedes ver, no ves a la gente, no ves nada.
Testing the lights. You can keep speaking.
And we are still waiting for some people to arrive, so, you know. Lidia,
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Pilar Rico. I am the head of the Open Science Unit at the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology, FECYT. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all here today in our house in Alcobendas, Madrid, to celebrate the public event and the launch of the ALMASI EU-funded project. We are very grateful to see the support of the community, to see you here, colleagues, friends, bringing your support to this newly born consortium that has a lot of work ahead. Nice work, challenging and definitely rewarding work that we will be conducting, sharing the enthusiasm that we share with you in favor of open access diamond publishing models. I'm going to give over the floor to my colleague, Adam Brandstatter-Kuntz. He acts as the coordinator of the project. I promise I will be able to pronounce his surname in 1 month's time. It's deliverable 1. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you, Pilar, and thank you to the FECYT team for hosting us at their beautiful premises. And welcome to everyone. So as mentioned, I am Adam Brandstatter-Kuntz. I work for the European Science Foundation. True, I am the coordinator of the ALMASI project, but I'm at the helm of it. It's not me who do the hard lifting, but our beautiful, talented partners that will bring you a bit closer the idea behind the ALMASI today. So I hope that you will enjoy and follow us in our journey. We will launch our social media and communications soon. So look out in the various channels. And thank you again. I will give floor to Virginia, that will be Master of Ceremony today, and will introduce our first speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Pilar, for this warm welcome and for setting the tone of this afternoon's session. I'm really very happy to be the Master of Ceremonies of this session. I'm Virginia de Pablo. I work together in the Open Science Unit together with Pilar Rico in FECYT. And I'm going to introduce to the speakers of this evening, this afternoon, The first block of this presentation, in which we are going to talk around ALMASI's project and the Global Diamond Open Access landscape, is David Oliva Uribe. Let's see if I'm going to say well what they are working in. He's a consultant and coordinator for Diamond Open Access actions at the Communication and Information sector at UNESCO. And he will speak on fostering collaboration across regions, UNESCO Global Consultation on Diamond Open Access. Following David, Victoria Zucala. She is Policy Officer at the Open Science Unit of the European Commission, and she will provide us with the policy context of the ALMASI project. And finally, Johan Rurik. He is the Executive Director of Coalition S, co-coordinator of ALMASI project, and Editor-in-Chief of Glosa Diamond Journal. He will discuss on ALMASI role in the global diamond open access landscape. Please welcome them.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much to all members of the consortium of the ALMASI project for the kind invitation, and I'm very excited to be here. And on behalf of UNESCO, we congratulate that you have come to this very significant milestone that is the launch, and that you are preparing all this big effort to have this work project and in achieving everything that you have set for the project that will obviously bring a lot to the scientific and academic community. So thank you very much for allowing me to present the work that UNESCO is doing right now with the support of Diamond Open Access. As you know, UNESCO has been working on the recommendation Open Science that was published in 2021. And of course, for UNESCO, it's a big commitment to place and to frame science as a public good for the benefits of all humanity. And this has a lot of relation with what it is pursued by Diamond Open Access, because, of course, with open science, we advocate for equity, inclusion, openness in scientific knowledge, and, of course, in production and dissemination, which is the part that you are dealing with. In the recommendation Open Science, of course, it is well reflected what is the purpose or what are the aims that we are pursuing with the Diamond Open Access, that it's ensuring a free and equitable access to research for both authors and readers, supporting diversity, multilingualism, and of course inclusive publishing, and promoting community-driven models over commercial approaches. So we have a shared goal in the recommendations at UNESCO, and of course what we really want is to promote worldwide that can be created a sustainable and inclusive system where scientific knowledge is openly shared and accessibly for everybody. Well, as you know, at UNESCO, we are a very big organization with headquarters in Paris, but we are located everywhere, and we work with with all the member states. And we work intersectorally, so there are many areas of UNESCO that we are working on the recommendation on open science, and that has a direct impact into Diamond Open Access. Of course, one of our big tasks is in different sectors is to monitor and to advocate for the implementation of the recommendation on open science. But we work strongly in key areas that are very related to what Diamond Open Access is promoting. So in this case, we work quite extensive in open access, open data, also data governance, open educational resources, and of course what we aim to through the member states and the work we have with them is to promote equitable access to knowledge and to have followings of the FAIR principles, multilingualism, and biodiversity. So you will see also tomorrow the presentation of my colleague Anna Persic, she is directly related to the recommendation Open Science, and I am more related to the Diamond Open Access portfolio. So how we get involved more related in Diamond Open Access? Well, I'm very happy to see here the many faces that they were promoting the creation of the first summit on the global summit on Diamond Open Access in Toluca, like Ariana, Lydia, Johan, Pierre. So many of you were discussing how to get together, how to get the regions together. And UNESCO was very honored to participate in this event, which was really a success. And the success of this event, the contribution of all participants, and of course, what we see, this global approach gave us opportunity for UNESCO to commit to coordinate global efforts on Diamond Open Access community. And during the summit, we highlight the importance of developing a global collaborative framework aligned, of course, with the recommendations that we are promoting. Then, after Toluca, so we continued the discussions with several members of the community, and we came to the decision to launch a consultation process. A consultation process that is a multi-step consultation, but of course has to start with something very tangible. So in July 2024, we gave the presentation. Many of you that I see, you were present. That was an online event where we launched the consultation process. What we really want with UNESCO is to listen, is to understand the current state and the needs of the community. So that's the most important. So because the real hard work, the implementations is on your side, on the community side. UNESCO can bring this message to the member states, can liaise with the governments, can really help to promote the community, but you in the community are really those who we need to listen to give you the insights about what is happening in all regions. So in September 2024, we'll launch finally the survey online, which I will talk about a little bit on the findings. And one of the things that we thought at UNESCO is if we are talking about Diamond Open Access, we have to really encourage multilingualism. So the survey was launched in 4 different languages. That was a good effort that we tried to do, and we promote through different channels, and many of you were very active promoting the participation in the consultation. So the consultation will close tomorrow, so if you still haven't filled and you have the field to express your opinion, I will anyway show the QR code. And tomorrow at the end of the day, Europe time, we will close finally the survey, so we will start the deep analysis. Okay, so following Toluca, there was the second global summit, which many of you were there, as I'm also very happy to see many of the faces that were in Cape Town. And during the second summit on global open access, which was also a success, especially bringing the participation of the community of many countries in Africa, and also bringing again a global participation, and it was really a success. There was a very intense conversation, very fruitful, and there we had the opportunity also to reinforce the need to listen to the community, and also we reinforce our commitment to be a facilitator with stakeholders and with the aim of ensuring inclusivity and sustainability for Diamond Open Access. So the global consultation and the survey in particular has one aim, that is to gather the insights, to gather the opinion, to have the feedback from the global community, those who are shaping what is happening in the region. So what we want to know, how all these efforts and opinions can be aligned to the recommendation on open science. In the survey, we have different elements that we take care in the design. Of course, the global engagement. So we launched the survey in 4 different languages: English, French, Spanish, Portuguese. We try to understand the difference in the views and opinions from different profiles. So we target researchers, librarians, publishers, policymakers, government officials, and different stakeholders. And we focus on different areas like the current challenges that the Diamond Open Access community is facing, the regional and disciplinary needs for implementation, and the recommendations that you as a community give us for multilingualism, for equity, and for sustainability. Well, let me just go very brief about some of the findings. So till Sunday, when I was committed to submit the presentation, but I submitted a day later. Sorry, Adam. I make a close to have the most recent results. So this, all the information that I'm going to show is with the closing of the last Sunday, so Sunday, January 12th. And that day we had more than 2,800 participation from 92 countries across all continents. And from these 2,800, we have more than 1,200 respondents that complete 100% of the survey. So this is a distribution that you can see about the continents. So Europe, when we published the survey, the respondent has to select one region. But the region in the survey is aligned to UNESCO definition of regions. So in this case, if you respond to the survey, North America and Europe were together. But when I was analyzing the information, I was now separating per country and per continent. So this is the distribution per continent. But officially in the report, we also will have to report it per UNESCO region. So you can see here a very good participation. Also, talking about countries, US globally was the country next to Brazil and Argentina who lead the participation in the survey. And in the case of Europe was Spain, France, Spain, and Italy. So this was the participation that you have. So it was very interesting to see the number of countries, and in the particular case of Europe, were 33 countries from Europe. And well, also talking about the completion, so how we validate if the participation we have, it's valid for the analysis. So the first thing, we validate also the percentage of completion of the survey. As I mentioned, 1,200, more than 1,200 complete 100% of the survey, which took around 25 minutes to complete. But this was, you have here on the left side, the global participation. So it was 44% from all the participants that took a response. And in the case of Europe was almost 40%. So more than 50% in both global and European participation, they complete at least half of the survey. Talking about multilingualism, of course, English is the dominant language everywhere, but we have a very good distribution of languages. Globally, we have, after English, we have Spanish with 40% almost participation, then French and Portuguese. So we have very good participation. If you compare English and Spanish, the results are quite similar. So we are very happy that we have this input in different languages. In the case of Europe, if you see French, were more dominant that in the global case. No? So that gives you an idea about the contribution in multilingualism. Okay, I think I didn't change, right? Sorry, I was changing here and changing there. But I will now go again. So this is the case for this when you're managing two things at the same time. But okay, so this is what you can see in the distribution of the languages. So it's quite impressive that we have a very good distribution of languages. And let me see now. Yeah. And when we want also to validate, so we want to analyze what is the profile, what is the experience of the respondents that they are participating. So we have really a strong participation of audience globally and also at the level of Europe, that they are familiar with Diamond Open Access and they're participating actively. So there were community that are really doing things, that they are publishing, that they are preparing from the side of the authors, the side of the publishers. So it is really a very good insight, because we are sure that the respondents, they really knew about what they know. But also, when we see the percentage of the respondents that are not familiar, also give us a good insight about how we have to tackle that community that are still not related. Maybe because they don't identify, let's say, the brand of Diamond Open Access, and maybe we have to be more advocating to let them know what are the benefits, what is the model in fact. When we see about the roles, we have this distribution of roles for global and for Europe. So we have leading in both cases, the researchers and the librarians. So it was a very well-balanced participation of both profiles. So we are very happy also for the case of the Europe analysis. And I focus also today the analysis for Europe, because tomorrow is the launch of the European Diamond Capacity Hub, so I thought that it will be very interesting also to show the European landscape besides the global landscape. So, but in the report, we will have all the regions analyzed and reported as we did. So, sorry. Okay. This you see, right? Okay. So this is just information for the global participation. So at the level of global participation, there is a really big awareness from the respondents about national or regional initiatives, and the institutions where the respondents were coming from, or they are working at these institutions, they have support. So this gives us also a very good insight about their profiles. We asked one key question in the survey, that it was, how do you think at the moment if there should be a coordinated global effort? And we gave three different options. It's a globally coordinated initiative led by UNESCO, a globally coordinated effort led by relevant regional entities and supported by UNESCO, or if the community believes that coordination efforts should remain flexible for now and further exploration is needed. So this is what is the respondent. So we see that there is a strong belief on the community to have regional leaderships. And of course, they value the participation of UNESCO, especially because with UNESCO, we can have a better work with the member states at the high government level. But still, the regional leadership, what you are doing, it's really the most important. So, of course, more insights and every single of these questions are accompanied with comments. So we will also make an analysis of the comments. It's a complex analysis because we have responses in 4 languages, so we have to translate all the responses into one single language and then start the qualitative analysis of every single response. But okay, it's a very nice effort that we are doing here. So another insights, just not to go through all because it was quite extensive, the insight, but in general, the participants' view is that they are really making a priority to have standardized Diamond Open Access practices and also to have sustainable funding models. They valorate quite a lot the collaboration and networking opportunities, so this project is essential to promote this. And to promote equity, multilingualism, and regional diversity is essential, which is also quite the ALMASI project is reflecting in its essence. So the key benefits, of course, of having a collaborative framework, a regional or global level, is that there could be enhanced visibility, recognition of research, equitable access, and the promotion of open science practices. More on the insights is that what the community see is that Diamond Open Access should align with open science values, and this is very foundational, fundamental for the framework. and that is very critical to keep the core values. So that equal access to scholarly work, regardless geographical institutional barriers, and that making scientific knowledge freely accessible without legal, financial, or technical constraints is really important, is emphasized, and that is very critical to increase the global reach. So these are some of the insights that came from the... Yeah. Okay. And, well, just to give you a couple of words and congratulate you again for the ALMASI project, I think what you will see in the report that will be published, I think around March or April will be published the report. You will see many findings that will be very useful for the project. So we share goals. So the survey can really reflect that there are priorities on equity, multilingualism, sustainability, which is aligned to the mission of the project. And of course, that capacity building is very relevant. So supporting non-profit publishing, reflecting the call for a stronger international collaboration is essential. And standard tools, which is something that is really needed. And the global vision that you are bringing today with the project. So I just think with these conclusions, okay, I think this, which is that from UNESCO, we will continue this work on the global consultation that for us is very important to continue the promotion and the advocacy for the recommendation on open science, and that you can count on UNESCO to be a facilitator and to support and ease the collaboration through all the member states. So thank you very much. And if you want to write me, there is my email, and thank you very much.
Do I just go to the next slide? It's,
Presentation here.
this is your computer?
Yes, I only have.
I was not told that we are bringing our computers. Sorry. Was I supposed to bring computer here? I was not told that. Yeah, perfect. Sorry. Excellent. You can leave your computer here, though. So, good afternoon. I'm Victoria Tsukala. I work in the European Commission in the Open Science and Research Infrastructures Unit. And I'm super happy to be here with you today. Yes, the microphone, absolutely. Yes, so you see my credentials. I'm in the Open Science and Research Infrastructure Unit. Super happy to be here with you today as we fund this project and with a cluster of other projects that you are all very familiar with because you're probably participating in them, namely Diamas and Palomera and Craft OA. We have supported, we have put our little contribution or bigger contribution to supporting Diamond open access and across Europe and now across the globe. So I'm very delighted to be here for this reason, and also because I know a lot of you personally too. And I will present to you today things that you know, probably most of you, but okay, we will review today. So basically the policy context of the funding call. And my boss, Michael Arndthoff, will speak tomorrow on occasion of the launch of the EDSH, for which, again, we are very enthusiastic and have very high hopes for it as a catalyst in the future for Diamond Open Access. So, but we consider these are babies of sorts. These projects, we're very pleased with the results thus far, and I think ALMASI will not be any different than that. So how did we come here? So our context for developing the code for ALMASI is open science, of course. This is what we work for. And I will not repeat all the details. The European Commission has supported open access and open science for a very long time, initially open access and gradually open science to the member states through recommendations and also importantly through its funding instrument, the Horizon programs, FP7, then Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe, which are basically models that are commonly emulated by member states. So, and although they don't give most of the research budget of Europe, nonetheless, member states look to them to formulate their own policies, so that's quite important. So ALMASI has been born, the call in the broader context of our open science, evolving open science policy. And so just very briefly, we are trying to support basically open science policy through, by improving the practice through policy. And these are, you know, largely also requirements to our framework program for immediate and unrestricted open access to scientific publications, research data, and other outputs, as well as research output management in line with the FAIR principles, early and open sharing of research. Recently, Horizon Europe, I don't know if you've noticed that, has an emphasis, a hidden emphasis as part of open science to ensuring verifiability and reproducibility of research outputs, and open collaboration actually with all other knowledge producers before outside of the research, limited research realm, including citizens, civil society, and users. And we're also supporting enablers to get us there to open science. And open science is actually interestingly defined in Horizon Europe, which was not so, for example, for open access in the previous framework program. And you may think nothing of that, but we fought a huge fight also in the trilogues to put that definition in there and to anchor firmly open science and its definition in the framework program, because that makes it an important policy that is then funded. So, so we are trying to support open science as the modus operandi. Yeah, they cannot hear me, sorry if I move. So open science as the modus operandi of doing research, basically, in various ways. By supporting incentives and rewards. And for example, one initiative is the reform of research assessment, and you know, of course, that the Commission has supported this quite significantly also with the formation of COARA, the coalition for to push forward the reform of research assessment. Also by supporting legislative and regulatory environment that is fit for researchers, and this is a major project that is ongoing now in the context of a potential European Research Act, as well as supporting open research infrastructures and skills such as the Open Science Cloud. Many of you know that the European Open Science Cloud aims to create a seamless environment for researchers to work with access, research data, and tools, but effectively it is actually a process of federating existing and new infrastructures at the European level. As well as Open Research Europe, many of you may know it, it is our publishing platform for open access publications, a scientific peer-reviewed platform that our researchers can publish without paying, and we have big plans for it, and some of you are involved in it. We provide support for institutional publishing, which is what I think largely has evolved into diamond publishing. I mean, we have a different terminology here that we've followed for years, and my further explanations may clarify to you that, as well as supporting necessary skills and education for practicing open science and data-intensive research. So all of these we are implementing to help the transition to an environment where open science is the modus operandi. So early and open sharing, collaboration involving citizens is the, is the standard way of doing things, and then we are not going to be needed anymore, I hope. So the more specific context that, that the call has appeared in is the so-called European research area, or the new European research area. Most of you probably know the European research area, but I think colleagues who are not from Europe may not know it. So the European research area, it's actually one of the very basic principles that define issues of research currently, and it was passed in 2000 under the Lisbon Treaty, and it envisions a unified research space across Europe, across member states, that at the moment they were quite fragmented, so a single market effectively for research and innovation where knowledge circulates freely, and this is where open access comes in. So open access was really part of the European research area concept quite early on in the 2000s. And actually you see in the last small bullet, building critical mass and coordination and improving national research systems and policies. Very importantly, since 2009, ERA is an explicit treaty objective of the treaties of the functioning of the European Union, so it's embedded quite deeply in the tissue of the EU. And for us, of course, it is a tool that we use to fund, of course, all the things that we want to achieve with this concept. Recently, in 2020, the ERA was revamped, so we had a new communication on the European research area. On the one hand, because not enough progress was done, as we were hoping, on achieving those goals, and on the second, because there were new challenges, and namely, mostly the so-called twin digital, green and digital transitions, coupled with the coronavirus, which actually intensified very much issues of research, of publishing very fast, of finding medicines, of finding vaccines, etc. So it all became very urgent. And so the new communication of 2020 actually is our policy basis and a policy agenda that we developed there, the ERA policy agenda, which we develop every 2 years, is basically how we fund projects and research that aim at making the European research area reality. And ALMASI is included, obviously, in those. So, more narrowly, with regard to ALMASI, what concerned us, of course, aside from the European research area policy, were also council conclusions, 2 important council conclusions that coincided really, I think, represented the stir that was going on in member states at the time regarding open science, regarding research assessment. The 2022 council conclusions of the French presidency concerned open science and research assessment, which, as you all know, is very intricately connected to Diamond open access, right? I mean, whether we want it or not, your own research shows that a lot of the services that exist for Diamond open access are operated by institutions or by research societies, and I don't know what, that are at the moment not as privileged or not as preferred, let's say, in many cases as other publishing venues are, and this is owed to the research assessment. So that was very important, along with, most importantly, the 2023 conclusions that are very explicit about publishing that is done, that is non-profit, that is operated, it's actually initiated by researchers, and that resides in institutions, by which we mean, not strictly speaking, research organizations, but I would say research-related organizations with a mission, with a with a public good, let's say, mission, not a mission to serve the shareholders of a company, operate. So this was also very relevant and provided a context and inspiration. They were going on at the same time. Obviously, the 2021 UNESCO recommendation various papers such as those published by the International Science Council on the future of scientific publishing, the work done since then by COARA that we supported establishing, and of course the action plan for Diamond Open Access. So a very strong policy and not only policy, but developments in the field at the time in Europe regarding Diamond Open Access led us to these calls and to the one on ALMASI in specific. The specific ALMASI call comes from a section of the ERA, European Research Area, part of the work program that's called Deepening the ERA. So deepening the ERA is one of the 4 aims of the new ERA communication. These are the particular elements that comprise deepening the ERA. They include open science. They include higher education and researchers, including their careers, include science education, as well as gender and ethics. So this call, along with other calls, comes to support not only developing the European research area elements that we want, but actually creating depth to the new European research area. And it aimed at creating the conditions that underpin the new era, empowering in particular higher education institutions and research organizations to embrace a transformative process with respect to all of the above. So including, of course, open science and including diamond publishing. That's what we mean with ALMASI. So I think the call itself, maybe you know, most of you better than me, but the broad aim was to support open access publishing activities that were based on non-profit business models, which we know existed at institutional levels. And again, when I say institutional, I mean not only universities, but any other organization with a public good mission that is related to research, and your own research shows that this can have various flavors in different countries, or it's quite diverse. Nonetheless, with a general characteristic that, of course, it's the researcher community that initiates and is behind those efforts or services if they already exist. And actually, it's not something brand new, right? We all know that institutions had publishing activities that they operated since forever, and that this was an integral part of the mission, and that now this is not so. So this is, it's a quite interesting change. So in a sense, it was also our desire to empower research-related institutions to further invest into these activities. Some of them may be new, enabled by the digital transition, but some of them might be old and transitioning to digital environment and indeed open access environments. So we wanted to provide support and cohesion at the European level, actually in this case at the global level. We do believe that they're more equitable, as they usually enable inclusivity at much higher levels than other types of publishing, and that they actually provide a very healthy diversifying factor into the current ecosystem. Here, coming after the Diamas project, which actually, the call for the Diamas, that ended up being the Diamas project, which limited itself to Europe. The idea here, of course, is that such activities we know exist elsewhere, and that there should be cooperation and collaboration for the flow of knowledge, for the improvement of the existing services, etc., and in more than one discipline, as you see there. And I think in terms of the activities that we wanted to fund, and I think you've structured your proposal very, very well according to what we expected. So we expected to know more about it, to have more knowledge, to know more about good practices, as well as implement practices that will strengthen high-quality publishing services at a global scale. and leave something, train people as well as leave something for the future, so develop training materials, organize trainings, and the such. And I think your project has, has promised to do all of that. So here are exactly the expected outcomes. And as we said in the Commission, I mean, we gear, or we steer rather, our calls towards specific long-term impacts for the European research area in this case, and this is of course increased equity, diversity and inclusivity in open science practices, as well as structured mechanisms to transfer those practices and to collaborate from one region to the next. I think I've run out of time. Hopefully some of you who do not know about the European research area, which I think many of you probably know, learned something today. Just to finish by saying that we are super excited here. I think ALMASI will also, put the seeds for perhaps the Nascent Global Diamond Alliance. So we are even happier for that, and we also have high expectations, which I think will be met. But I should say happy start to your project. And we will be following closely. We are again, as I showed you from our overall policy aims, we're very interested in sported diamond, and we'll be following, and also for the future. That's quite clear. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Victoria, for such a perfect setting of the project. So, I'll present the project now as we presented it to the Commission as it was approved, and I'll give you the broader context as well. So, the next slide, please. So, next slide. Yeah, I can control this myself. Sometimes, you think sometimes you're still online, even though you're in real life. So ALMASI at a glance. So ALMASI involves the countries in blue on the map. 10 countries covering 3 regions: Africa, Europe, Latin America. It has a 2.5 million budget, running over 3 years from January to December 2027. So we start today. Actually, some surprise was expressed yesterday that we started with the kickoff so early. But of course, we know what we're doing, right? I mean, we have done this before. We have a community that we can count on, and we are expanding that community now to Africa and Latin America, and I'm extremely pleased about that. 15 partners from 10 countries. The goal is indeed to build a globally aligned, non-profit, high-quality and sustainable scholarly communication system, a phrase that you have seen elsewhere, for instance, also in the conclusions of the Council, and in also in the recommendations of UNESCO that David already alluded to. So you can see that, in fact, all the eyes are directed towards this same goal, namely it should be possible for the academic community worldwide to take back publishing in its own hands and to create a not-for-profit, high-quality, sustainable publishing system that we can all participate in, that works without fees and that is firmly rooted in the communities that support it. So that's the ultimate goal, and now the question is how we are going to do this. Of course, so we have a number of objectives that correspond to the ones that, to the activities that Victoria alluded to. So the first objective is to gain a better understanding of the differences between the regions in Africa, Latin America, and Europe. We know there are differences, but in fact, we have a very broad understanding of that, and that understanding needs to be deeper. And of course, we can bring to bear a number of the projects that we have carried out in recent years, the Diamas project, the Craftway project, but also the project that was funded by Welcome in collaboration with AJOL and Wacken and Eiffel, which is the logo on the lower right. Second objective is to create good practices of service provision in 7 core components of the Diamond Open Access Standard. So the Diamond Open Access Standard is a tool that we developed in the Diamas project to sort of say, well, you know, these really are the standards that Diamond Open Access journals should adhere to. We know that there are similar such standards in Latin America and in Africa, and what we would like to do is to compare these and to see if we can come to a common understanding what we see these standards to be. The third objective is to improve technical and scientific quality of publishing solutions. Well, we need to enhance the interoperability and other things. And then finally also stimulate development of institutional and national policies that support non-profit OA publishing with funding. This is already the case in some regions, this is the case, for instance, in Latin America. It's beginning to be the case in Europe as well, thanks to the actions that Victoria described, I think. Yeah, these are really help towards us towards that goal. And in Africa, this is certainly something that we still need to do. As Susan always says, AJOL is not supported by government subsidies, and this is something we would need to change in the ideal scenario, that, you know, we have alignment in the 3 regions, that governments and institutions actively participate in the sustainability of this infrastructure. Okay, so the impacts that we hope for is greater alignment of the non-profit scholarly publishing models across Africa, Europe, and Latin America. Sustainable cooperation and knowledge transfer between these 3 regions, and increasing the share of non-profit scholarly publishing services in these 3 regions. And yeah, so those are the impacts that we're looking for. And this requires a bit of background, which was already alluded to by some of you, namely, oh, sorry, I think I left you behind in my slides. So all of this finds its origin in the 2021 Open Access Diamond Journal study, which found that non-commercial Diamond OA worldwide is a largely fragmented archipelago of thousands of culturally and linguistically diverse journals. That was a very important finding. That study was originally funded by Science Europe and supported by Coalition S. In a call that we launched. I still see myself and Lydia writing that call in 2020. So that's only 4 years ago. It sounds incredible. But so the study came out a year later, and the study already involved people from Redalik, and so this was a very important study that came out around the same time as the UNESCO recommendation, and I think those 2 studies have really, or that study and the recommendation have really guided us since into indeed the Diamond Action Plan that was already alluded to, and the other elements that contribute to this kind of landscape. So the recommendation of the Diamond Open Access Journal study was that we should align, coordinate, and improve sustainability of not-for-profit Diamond OA worldwide. This was something that figured prominently in the Diamond Action Plan. And in fact, this project, the project ALMASI, could be seen as a response to that recommendation, I see. And that's also what Victoria confirmed, actually. So at the same time, we know that the situation of Diamond OA in Africa, Europe, and Latin America is very different, and I'll describe that now just very briefly for you. In Latin America, there's a very mature and rich infrastructure controlled by the academic sector. We already discussed this also this morning, the important role that universities play and how important the role is of Diamond Open Access journals for the universities themselves. The universities themselves see this as a priority, which is very different, at least for certain parts of Europe that I'm familiar with, maybe not the case in Eastern Europe, as Irina pointed out to us. But Latin America has, important systems like, regional systems like Redalik and Cielo. They have Latindex, they have Claxo and La Referencia who are also active in this space. So these are organizations that really actively structure the diamond landscape and the repository landscape in Latin America. In Europe, this kind of regional approach is only beginning. Tomorrow we launch the European Diamond Capacity Hub. We know in Europe, thanks to the ALMAS study, that there are national non-profit publishing centers in Croatia, Finland, France, Portugal, and Spain, but they're more the exception than the rule. And we do think that in Europe, these national capacity centers can play a role, and Pierre is going to talk about that later today, I think. And give us a deeper insight in that situation. Africa is still different. There you have African journals online. I think almost 700 journals being served by it. Excuse me? Over 800 now. Thank you for correcting me, Susan. And there is a welcome-funded project with Agel, Eiffel, and Wakren that works to strengthen collaborative non-profit Diamond OA, and that this project will also interact with closely. And there again, you know, there's a lot of work to be done. It's in order to expand Agel, because of course these 800 journals are just the tip of the iceberg. There was a study by Pascal Aventurier, who is here, for instance, that I heard at Cape Town, showing that just in 9 Francophone African countries, you have 10,000 journals. 10,000 journals. Just imagine what, you know, what the ecosystem really will look like, and what we are missing out on, especially the knowledge that we are not privy to because it's not visible. Then we had, last year we had the Diamond Summit in Toluca with the proposal for a global Diamond Open Access framework that was endorsed by UNESCO, as you know, facilitated by UNESCO with a global consultation. That will run its own course, but I think it's important to point out here how ALMASI can fit into that. I think we should see ALMASI, and I also wrote that in the call, ALMASI should be seen really as a kind of a pilot project for this global framework, and I think we should have more pilots like that. Yeah, because an alliance or a framework or a federation of Diamond Open Access worldwide is not something that you can construct with the strike of a pen, right? It's really something that needs to be built from the ground up with the people who are willing to do that. And I believe we have found that community here. From what I see from this workshop, the launch that we did this morning and yesterday, we have found that community that wants to put in the effort to do so. So I am very pleased. So the purpose there is to increase quality, strategic alignment, equity, diversity, inclusivity, of course, and a framework for knowledge transfer in terms of non-technological publishing skills, which is the term from the call. So we are talking to that, management and funding of these journals. I think I lost you again with my slide. My enthusiasm sort of leaps ahead of the slides. Sorry about that. So this ALMASI can be seen as this pilot project, as I said. So next slide. So in terms of organization, perhaps what we are doing, so this is from the activities that we will undertake are basically 4 main activities. There's a mapping activity of non-profit publishing services and solutions. There's a quality assessment and alignment activity that will be led by FECYT in terms of in terms of how to adapt the Diamond Open Access standard. Then there is an activity that will be led by PKP, specifically training development. In order to have journals, you need editors, and editors need to learn the job. I mean, I'm an editor myself for 27 years, and it's really something that you have to learn. And as I always say, you only become good after 10 years. But, you know, it's a skill, something you need to learn, so you need to have training courses to bring people up to speed. Work package 4, what we will be doing is looking at sustainability, namely, indeed, doing that kind of work that will lead to policy decisions across the 3 regions that are more or less similar, so that we can indeed count on a sustainable long-term solution for Diamond Open Access in these regions. On the next slide, I spell out those activities. So the way we've organized this in terms of methodology, this is perhaps less interesting or too detailed for you, but you know, feel free to tune out. Slide, thank you. Yeah, you have to tell me. So the first activity of mapping is we will try to map types of outputs, organizational structure, governance models, funding mechanisms. in this exploration phase. Then in the second phase, we will do the analysis and the co-creation. We analyze strengths and challenges and threats for non-profit OA publishing across these regions, and then identify cooperation opportunities, both South-South and South-North exchanges of publishing services and solutions. So we will put in place a framework of relations between the three regions as a function of this mapping activity. The second phase I already talked about, namely, identify editorial quality as a function of the Diamond Open Access standard. As a function of the Diamond Open Access standard, and then talk to each other about what we think that a global Diamond Open Access standard should look like. So adapt as we go, look at different regions, maybe diversify as a function of regions, because the standards need not exactly be the same across regions. This is something that we will decide as we go on. So we will facilitate mutual learning and global alignment there, and looking at the various publishing quality instruments going forward. And then finally, I'm almost done. Activity 3 is about skills. It's really about training and curricula formation so that people can, learn how to be editorial skills and management skills and how to set up a journal in their own time with self-paced courses. There again, we may have to identify gaps in the various curricula, find regional partners, improve and align initiatives of training, and finally fine-tune this curriculum design, and then create knowledge exchange again between the capacity centers and see how they can help each other build sustainable training pathways and curricula. 4 is about sustainability, as I already mentioned. Sustainability led by IFL and Spark Europe. So this is really about looking at national policy landscapes, what is there, what is not there, identify best practices, manage a forum, perhaps also for these policymakers in Africa, and formulate recommendations. And then finally also produce a suite of resources to support institutional and national OS policymakers. This is something that we also try to do in the Palomera projects for open access books, so how do you write a policy, where are the resources, what can you do to improve that. I see Virginia looking at her watch, and I will move to the question and discussion period.
Well, thank you to our speakers for the rich presentations. We are supposed to have 10 minutes of questions and answers, but we are out of time. So maybe we are going to have 5 minutes. Let's see how many questions are. I'm going to start with a question for Johan. You have talked about the European Diamond Capacity Hub. Yeah. Tomorrow we are going to have the whole day for talking about it. But I would like you to give us some information for us to be really very nervous waiting for tomorrow to know more about the European Diamond Capacity Hub. Please, short advance.
Oh. Well, yeah, I didn't expect the question. Let me think. Well,
you can't reveal everything, huh? You can't reveal.
Pierre, help me. Lost. I didn't expect the question.
Yeah, Pierre, please.
Do you want to? Yeah.
So, and me, we are playing twin role. So the EDCS European Diamond Capacity Hub is a coordinating body to coordinate the different stakeholders across Europe, the European research area on promoting and developing diamonds. and it relates heavily with the ALMASI project because, of course, as Europe is one of the main regions addressed by the ALMASI project, the European Diamond Capacity Hub will play an important and instrumental role in cooperating with our partners in Africa and in Latin America to move forward the diamond model at the global level with the help and support of UNESCO. So the lineup here makes sense. And stay here to know more about it.
Thank you, Pierre.
Any other question? If you have any question, raise your hand, please, and a microphone will be brought to you.
Thank you. So, thank you for all the wonderful presentations. A question to all of you. As we're talking about the Global Diamond Open Access Framework, Alliance, Federation, what would you consider the biggest challenge from each of your perspective to achieve that?
To achieve a global alignment and a global collaboration is what you mean. Let me think. I guess we are giving you practical resources, and I think more resources will become available in the future. It's probably, I would suspect, about aligning probably institutional cultures and ingrained existing practices in the different areas of the world, which is, it makes sense. And another thing that permeates the issue of diamond open access, and I think this is global because research is global, is research assessment. I mean, I think we need to give the resources and the collaboration in Europe and across the globe to support such services and to support the development of more such services and their alignment. And that's one part, or of existing services and new services, minimum standards, technology, all of these things that are described here or that Diamonds is doing, the Capacity Hub will be doing, etc. I think it's quite critical also globally that you take the opportunity to see how you can work through it on research assessment and be aligned to developments that happen there. Because I think that the success, meaning the uptake by the researcher community, is so intricately connected to the way that they're assessed. And this has to do, I think this is the same also in Latin America and elsewhere. So it is a common issue. So I'm very optimistic about whether what you have set up to do here and what perhaps the Global Alliance will be doing will be gradually achieving its aim. It's high time, but unless it goes in tandem and works with issues relating to research assessment, and unless research assessment does not evolve, unless it needs to evolve in a way of being more diverse. We are really, moving away from journal impact factor, evaluating, other things besides the strict way that things are done now, to also see that researchers come to Diamond open access initiatives. I think it's, the way that digitization happened and commercialization of publishing became more centralized and went outside of the universities, had these effects that we all see. But I think it's intricately connected to diamonds. So I think research assessment will affect, and the way this goes will affect diamond, will affect at the European and the global scale. So,
Johan?
Oh, me? Yeah. I mean, I would say, of course, we need money, right, to do this. I mean, that is what I always say, you know that? Is that a promise, Victoria? Okay, can somebody support Victoria? Of course, we need money, but we need more than money. I think more than... This went out. But but I'll speak without the mic. Oh, it's back on? It's back on. Okay, it's back on. But I think what we need more than money is trust. We need to build trust. And this is one of the things that I've learned. I mean, this notion of the archipelago is the real one. We live on isolated islands, and that means that we do not trust the people on the other island. And so we need to build bridges, and we need to overcome local and regional prejudices, and this is both true for Europe and for Latin America and for Africa. This is true across disciplines, and this is really what we need to do. We need to build trust, and that is not something you can buy for money. That is something that you can only do in the context of projects where you look each other in the eyes, even if it's just on screen, you know, when there's 23 people around the table, on the tiles, and you work together towards common goals, and you identify what the common goal is, and you forget about the rest. And you keep your eyes on the prize going forward. And I am confident that we have the team to do that. I have rarely seen in all the years that I've been working in academia the kind of goodwill and idealism and willingness to move forward towards this goal than in the teams that I have had the privilege in working in the ALMASI and Craftaway, and that I also think we have in the ALMASI project going forward. Okay.
Well, I think what you both said already answer almost your question. Of course, I will go with the concept that Johan states, that I think the biggest challenge is to build trust. But to build trust, we need to know each other. And I think this is the biggest challenge now, to understand the difference in regions, the difference in objectives about why we do research. And I think now it's taking a good momentum because the community has dared to gather a global community. So every action that has been done, like the first global summit in Toluca, the second one in Cape Town, the ALMASI project, when you are gathering different regions, allows to understand, to know each other, and that's the base of trust. So from the side of UNESCO also, what we recognize is that we need to bring this dialogue also to different levels. I think the engagement that this community has to also to raise also to the government and to funding agencies. So we have to bring this message across different levels, and that's why also there is a key component for the success of Diamond Open Access, that it's research assessment. Because we cannot bring the message to the governments that are actually the final decision makers on how the money for research will be used and how to define the priorities, if we don't also allow them to have a tool to observe that the goals that are placing on the public funding are achieved. So the reform of research assessment has to go hand to hand to Diamond Open Access, and this is something that we see. But ALMASI, the global summits, and every action that promotes a global participation and dialogue is already making a good start in building trust.
Well, thank you. We are out of time. Thank you, our three speakers. Well, now we are moving on to our second block of presentations this afternoon. We are going to focus on the state of play of the three regions involved in ALMASI. So our speakers are Arianna Becerril, Susan Murray, and Pierre Mounier. Arianna Becerril is the Executive Director of Redalic, and she will focus on Latin America. Susan Murray is the Executive Director of the African Journals Online, AGEL, and she will talk about the situation in Africa. And Pierre Mounier is the co-coordinator of Opera's research infrastructure and the coordinator of the AMAS project, and he will talk about Europe. Thank you, our 3 speakers.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry, I didn't realize. Well, thank you very much for organizing this event. I really feel honored to be here. Muchas gracias a los organizadores, al equipo de FECYT, a Pilar y todas las personas por esta hospitalidad española que siempre se agradece. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Well, I will take my 10-15 minutes, I think, to describe just a general overview from the Latin American context. I think Johan already described perhaps some of the key points of the Latin American ecosystem. And I would like to go a little bit deeper in that. And, well, first of all, I would like to highlight that this ecosystem, I would like to describe it as a multi-layer ecosystem, which is sustained mainly by the academic sector. It is mainly public funded. We have in the first layer hundreds of universities, higher education institutions, research associations that are in charge of publishing journals, and that are not only funding, but creating and providing this space for journals to be preserved, non-profit, non-commercial, and owned by the academic sector. And I think this is key for the Latin American ecosystem. Then we have a layer of different national initiatives, national infrastructure, institutional portals, institutional policies as well, that bring this support to the national efforts in terms of publishing. And then we can find different, at the top layer, different infrastructures, indexes, journal portals that are providing added value capabilities to the journals. So these services that are sometimes in the commercial sector are being sold by companies. Then in the Latin American ecosystem, we can have this help or this support from open infrastructure to have visibility, to have also journal production or editorial workflow technologies, also metrics, also discovery services, and all of this in a non-profit ecosystem in Latin America. So this is working, I think it's working well. We have a lot of threats and a lot of opportunities, of course, and a lot of challenges. But 2 key factors, perhaps, to look at is that we have collective sustainability of this ecosystem, which is different and a very diverse scenario of stakeholders sustaining this ecosystem, but also providing a universal benefit, a benefit not only for authors and readers in the region, but actually for authors, readers, and the general public from worldwide. And I think this is very important to highlight. So in the organization that I represent today, Redalic and Amelica, of course, in our approach and working together with the community in Latin America is how we can secure the status of journals and infrastructures and many other components of the Diamond ecosystem into public goods. So, because they are already working as public goods, but we need different aspects and we need to secure the sustainability and also to show the benefit they are also providing as public goods. And in that sense, we are working with different communities in terms of identify the beneficiaries of these public goods, and also to make all the beneficiaries responsible for the sustainability of these public goods. So in order to avoid the public good to be depleted, so we need to collectively sustain the public goods. So we can find, for example, that institutions and different stakeholders in Latin America are beneficiaries, but also they are contributors to the ecosystem. And we have some others that only benefit from the public good, but actually didn't or don't return back or contribute back to the sustainability of the public good. So in this sense, I just want to present very quickly some of our early results of this study from the information we have in Redalic, that we are looking at public goods, journals as public goods, infrastructures as public goods, national portals, institutional portals as public goods, and then assess different aspects of public goods in terms of the contributors and beneficiaries. And we found something like this, that the academic sector is the big owner, but also the big supporter of the Diamond Open Access spectrum in Latin America. As you can see there, in the breakdown by country, you can also see that how is the investment of different sectors, like this helix graph, you can see the different sectors, but also how the different countries are investing in sustaining and Diamond Open Access. So the academic sector is the huge pillar that is sustaining Diamond in Latin America. And here you can see the nature of the funds that are sustaining Diamond Open Access, and again, you can see a very important participation of public funding in the sustainability of this publishing ecosystem. And this is important to realize, even though this ecosystem is mainly sustained by, well, governments and the academic sector in Latin America with public funds, they are actually providing a universal benefit. So authors from every part of the world are publishing in Latin American journals, so they are providing this service, but also readers from all over the world are having access, open access to this literature well, it's openly available. So this is exactly the characteristics that public goods have. So they provide this universal benefit by default. But if we can analyze or go deeper into the interaction between beneficiaries and contributors, this is a graphic that shows the flow of different, the investment from different countries in sustaining journals. So for example, we can see in the right the list of countries with journals, so the money invested by Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, and or which countries are benefiting from that investment. So I think this is the magic of this ecosystem is that everybody can benefit from the investment of others. And if you see, for example, this breakdown but by institutions, you can actually recognize, for example, that the investment of the national, well, the Sao Paulo University in Brazil or the National University of Mexico, how many journals they are supporting, sustaining, well, producing, and which are the beneficiaries of that investment. Then you can see how many universities are actually benefiting from the investment of others. And I think this is something that it's very important from the Diamond Open Access model in general, not only in Latin America, but in general. But also it is important to recognize that the use of this scientific and academic literature for educational purposes. This is taken from the database of Redalic. So the users that are actually consuming, reading this content are also serving universities, college, and different, well, higher education and education in general, but also by different countries. So this is very interesting to know how, for example, from the users, the readers of these, of the scientific articles indexed in Redalic, for example, the United States, Germany, Spain, France are the main consumers of this literature, which is something we didn't expect because it is, we have more coverage of Latin American journals. So I think this is interesting to know, and also some of the very important results that we can have in Diamond. So in this sense, well, this is, I think, I will skip some of this. Yeah. For example, this one of the biggest institutions having access to the full text is Harvard, for example. So it's interesting to see how higher education, well, schools, universities are also having access. And with the initiative that maybe you're familiar with is Amelica. And with Amelica, we are working in different collaboration projects in order to help countries and institutions to build their own national or institutional infrastructure. So this is the case of Cuba, for example. We are working with the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology in Cuba in order to build a national infrastructure that can provide this support for their journals, but not only technically, but also journals to be recognized in the research assessment system, the work that journal editors are doing also to be recognized and incentivized by the ministry in Cuba, and also to secure the quality. I know, yes, thank you. And we recently, and we are very happy that we recently signed this also national collaboration with Portugal. So thank you very much for making that possible as well, the University of Minho, Eloy here. And finally, this is my last slide. What to expect from the international collaboration and the participation of Redalic and Amelica also in this project? First of all, well, these 4 factors are very important for us. The beneficiaries of the Diamond open access journals in general should be recognized. So should be aware of the service they are using. So this is important, I mean, for the global community to recognize that they are benefiting from Diamond Open Access journals, and I think this is something important. Also, the beneficiaries responsible of the collective sustainability. So somehow we need to inform the beneficiaries that they are consuming this information, they are using these journals, but sometimes they are not contributing back to the sustainability of the journals. And also the benefits are recognized by research assessment, policy development, and funding. And that hopefully the contributors are also recognized internationally for sustaining Diamond Open Access as public goods. So how we can extend our methodology and an approach of categorizing public goods to this Diamond Open Access ecosystem, and to help the ecosystem in Latin America, which is, I think, strong, but it has a lot of challenges to be stronger and to be preserved and to stop, many journals that are start to adopting APC models or other business models. So, well, I will leave here. I will be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Just waiting for my slides to come up. Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation to participate today. Special thanks at the beginning, in case I forget, to Johan, Pierre, and Adam for pulling this ALMASI project together and uniting us all. It's been a year and a half of work already, actually, even though we're launching now. So I from African Journals Online. We are, I'll tell you more about us and our work in a sec, a long-standing entity working for the continent. I'll briefly touch on some interesting insights that have come out of the landscape study of our collaboration with Eiffel and Wakren on sustainability of diamond open access publishing in Africa. A little bit about challenges and solutions. So do have a look at our website. It's www.agile.info. We work for equitable amplification of African research voices in the global research system. There are, as I mentioned earlier to Johan, there are over 800 journals on the platform at the moment. I've heard various estimates of how many journals are actively publishing out of Africa. It's very difficult to pin down. There are many that have started up and no longer exist. They've collapsed. Volume 1, Issue 1 syndrome. I've heard number of 3,000 in total. I've heard last night a study of 5,000 journals in total publishing from the continent, which sounds about right to me. I'm very interested to hear more about the study on the Francophone African journals and the many, many thousands of them. Would like to hear more about that. But I do know that we have a very long waiting list of journal applicants who have applied for assessment for inclusion on African journals online. So we are, in that sense, definitely at the tip of the iceberg. So as opposed to the situation in Latin America, many of the governments in that part of the world led on open access policy and put resources behind that policy to support research dissemination and through these multiplicity of excellent platforms that we've just heard about. With the exception of South Africa and more recently a handful of other countries in the continent, this has not been the case within Africa. AGIL was started in 1998, and over the past 26 years of our functioning, there's been low or no national or even university support for journal dissemination. And we've been performing that function as a platform, hosting journals in order to have the research published by Africans, available for other Africans and for the rest of the world. A cautionary note here, Africa is made up of, including contested territories, 56 different countries, each of which have a multiplicity of diversity and circumstances and many hundreds of languages. And so a lot of what I'm saying now is a kind of an attempt at fair generalizations, but we talk about African contexts, plural. There is no African context, so there is a lot of complexity here behind this very simple presentation. Who we work with? We work directly with journals and journal managers and the editors. We don't work with the institutions, with the universities. And this is partly because of historical reasons, but also because there are, in a lot of instances, these journals are started by very dedicated subject-specific experts, kind of loosely organized into editorial boards, not necessarily with formal arrangements with the publishing entity. There's a huge different range of, we call them publishing entities rather than publishers, because this is distinct from the publishers in the sense of commercial, giant, big five publishers from Europe and North America. Publishing entities in the sense of scholarly associations defined in various ways, and so on. So we encourage our journal partners to become more formalized and create ownership entities, agreements, and so on, because this helps solve problems in the longer term in terms of sort of ownership disputes of journals. Sometimes the universities themselves are unaware of the journals publishing from within their institutions. And also, as a platform, we actively advocate for open access, and most particularly, more recently, for Diamond. But we include all publishing models of journals, because this has, again, been the case historically since '98, but also because it allows the journals that we work with, which are mostly standalone journals, if they are charging APCs, they're very, very small APCs, and so article processing charges for authors. And it allows them, if their only online presence is on African Journals Online, it allows them to move from a fee model to a no-fee model far more easily, because all it takes us to do is just change a setting in the back end of our platform. So we provide these various services to the journal partners who are included on the platform, things that are very difficult for them to do individually with kind of low resources. So you can see all of the different things that we provide for free, and most notably being much higher visibility than being buried online in some small part of a university website. Inclusion on Agile means much more submissions from authors and also from different parts of Africa, different parts of the world. We've never actively gone out and called for journals to apply for inclusion to the platform. It's just spread by word of mouth because of the benefits of being part of Agile, and we are inundated with applications for assessment. And through economies of scale and through absorbing these technical costs, we are managing to, in difficult circumstances, share the content of the continent, which is important because global talent, global research, global intellect and insights are needed to solve global challenges. We all know that developing countries are going to be disproportionately affected by climate change. And just to show, this is article downloads from December 2024, from 1 month. There were 4 million from all over the world. So the platform is very widely used, and African research is being used all over the world. Well, it's been downloaded all over the world. We have developed, in response to the issue of research assessment, some years ago, our own framework of quality signaling and credibility signaling called the Journal Publishing and Practices Framework. And it's, rather than a binary, you're either in or out system, it is, as we certainly exclude bad actors through the assessment process. But we have a stratified way of journals being included into that framework, such that it also functions as a learning tool for those journals, because many of them, or most of them, are not publishing professionals and not familiar with the standards and the practices that they need to be implementing, so that a librarian on the other side of the world can know what they are allowed to do with the particular article. Creative Commons licenses, for example, is something that we explain and mentor the journals about. We do ongoing reassessments of the journal partners. We provide feedback reports, and many of them are taking it incredibly seriously and working their way through the additional practices and putting these in place, which is excellent news for us. So changing briefly to the Diamond project of sustainability in Africa that is supported by Wellcome and led by our brilliant colleagues at IFL and WACRN, and including Agile. Please do have a look at this. I'm going to just bring out a couple of different interesting aspects of this very long report that was authored by our colleagues at IFL, Irina Kuchma and Malika, unpronounceable surname. I'm not even going to do the indignity of attempting to pronounce that surname. So yeah, the landscape study results, one of the things that we spoke about when we were planning this launch was was talking about the different disciplines that are represented on the platforms, and this is kind of a not very granular explanation, but there are, and these are only specifically Diamond, 199 respondents to the survey of the Diamond journals, and 21 platform responses of various types from institutions and regions and the continent itself. And then just to note that Agile itself is based on free and open source software, amended OJS, and Open Journal System is by far the favored publishing model, publishing software, of the Diamond open access and journals in Africa from this survey. There are obviously platforms other than Agile working towards open access without fees, and other entities that we within the continent, which we are aware of. And the irony is that we often only meet them at conferences in Europe instead of within the continent. So actually working together cohesively within the continent is quite difficult, and we're hoping that not only will we be able to do this South-South, really important aspect of the ALMASI project, but also work better together with our colleagues from within the continent. So I just wanted to mention, very simple, it's difficult to talk about the complexities of an entire continent, but I just wanted to draw out one simple challenge and show you, I think this is the UN accurate definition, it's an image from Wikipedia Commons, of the least developed countries in the world. And you can see the region that we're working in, and this is from 2023. So we have a sustainability challenge. Agile's never had any support from the public sector at all, even though we are providing a public good, public service. The situation is characterized by resource scarcity, which is all the more reason for there to be no fees for readers or authors. Moving very quickly because I think my time is nearly up. I've mentioned already the importance of credibility signaling and quality assessment through, and have a look at the journalquality.info website as well, which is our JPPA's framework. It's actually very robust, and it includes a whole bunch of different other entities, other partners that we work with, quality criteria, for example, the DOHAs. Yes, we provide training ourselves and webinars and so on, and this will feed into the ALMASI project. And finally, my last slide. We're delighted to be working with this brilliant group of organizations that make up ALMASI. I think that it's going to make a massive difference. We're interested in working on non-technological as well as technological services, learning from one another, sharing our own situation, and exploiting, to use the EC term, the lessons learned and things that we can share, as well as respecting the contextual differences that are necessary. Thank you so much to everybody, and thank you so much to the European Commission.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present to you, let's say, a snapshot or a kind of representation of the status of diamond in Europe. Of course, it's a partial representation that I will share with you, because it's impossible to go into all the dimensions and details of this situation, but at least I will try to summarize for you some of in my opinion, are the most prominent characteristics of the Diamond OA publishing model in Europe. For this, I will, for this, I will rely on 4 different sources. So the first source that I will use very briefly is the OA Diamond Journal study that Johan mentioned earlier on in his presentation. But I will more extensively rely on the extensive survey that we did in the context of the DIAMAS project, at the beginning of the DIAMAS project, to survey not only the Diamond journals, but more precisely the Diamond OA publishers and service providers. And what we call, in fact, institutional publishers and service providers. I will give you more details about that. So we surveyed those types of organizations and or work collectives, and we had quite interesting, across the European research area, of course, and we had quite interesting results that I will share with you. But I will also cite and rely on the important work that our colleague Janne Polonen is doing on identifying the multilinguality of Diamond OA publishing. I will give you more details about that. Okay, so first, demographics. Basic demographics. When you go to the DOAJ, it's a bit old. The situation may have changed a bit, but you see that when you go to non-APC journals, it's not exactly Diamond journals, but non-APC journals, as a first approximation of Diamond journals, I would say. You can see that when you sum up Western Europe with Eastern Europe, the result is almost 45% of the non-APC journals across the DOAJ, which is an important share of those non-APC journals worldwide. So you see that there is an important representation of Europe in this domain, right with Latin America, which is the other homeland, I would say, of the Diamond model in terms of importance of the different continents. When you go to the balance between APC versus non-APC model across the different continents based on the same source, DOAJ, that's quite interesting because, of course, you see that, as Ariana explained, Latin America is really dominated by the non-APC model, where the APC model is really marginal, if not almost non-existent, at least according to the DOAJ source. But when you have a closer look at what's happening in Europe, you see that in Western Europe there is a kind of balance in open access journals referenced in DOAJ between those who charge APCs and those who don't charge APCs. So it wouldn't be true to say that Western Europe is heavily dominated by the APC model. It's not true when you just look at the figures that you can find in DOAJ registering a lot of open access journals. And when it comes to Eastern Europe, which is even more interesting, you see that there is this long tradition of non-APC Diamond journals where you have an important dominance or domination of the non-APC journal in terms of distribution against the APC journal. So that's quite interesting to have these basic demographics in mind when we look at the situation in Europe. Now I will go more into the details, as I said to you, by delving upon the results we collected through the DIAMAS survey, where in fact we asked a lot of questions. I don't remember if it was 40 or 60 questions to the poor institutional publishers and service providers across Europe, where we humbly asked them to describe their operation, describe their challenge, describe their projects and so on, to try to understand who they are. It's important to make the distinction between institutional and Diamond. You'll see that on my next slide. So what we surveyed here was the publishing units, publishing organizations who are not for profit and whose main mission is to support research itself, according to the European Commission definition that we very carefully followed in the DIAMAS project. So it doesn't mean, and that's an important precision because I know that our dear colleague Janne Polonen is again in the room, it doesn't mean that it's only research performing organizations in the sense of research institutions and universities, but we extended the definition to the learned societies, of course, that we considered as part of this landscape. So what did we discover about those publishing units, publishing organizations who are doing open access and more particularly Diamond? The first thing that we discovered is that contrarily to what we thought, there is not a strict equivalence between institutional, open access, and Diamond. So we shouldn't have an oversimplistic representation of the reality where you have the private for-profit, which is full Goldoi, and the public not-for-profit, which is full Diamond. It's not the reality. The situation is much more complex than that. Because when you look at the activity of those institutional publishers, you see that 80% of them only publish all their journals in OA, which means that 20% of them publish some journals not in OA. And when you come to the Diamond model, you see that only 71% of the institutional publishers publish fully Diamond journals or are supporting only the Diamond model for their journals. When it comes to books now, the situation is even more, let's say, balanced. 44% of those institutional publishers publish their books open access, and only 26% of, it's 44% of the books they publish, sorry. And only 26% of the books they publish are Diamond open access. So, main conclusion, there is still a lot to do even with those organizations which are public, not-for-profit, supporting open access. There is a lot of progress to be done in Europe. Conclusion, I quote, and I think it's Jan-Erik Fransweg who wrote this conclusion, it's clear that there is no one monolithic and equivocal Diamond model, but different degrees of Diamondization, for example, depending on the type of output, such as journals and books. Now, when we go to more the details about the variety of relation of those publishing units with their institution, their parent institution. It's interesting to see that there is a wide variety of relation between the publishing function and the parent institution that can be a university, a research performing organization, etc. Some of them are operating independently, but they are owned or governed by their parent organization. Some of them are a department of their parent organization. Some of them are part of the library of the parent organization. Some of them are part of a department inside the parent organization. So you can see the whole variety of this relation between the publishing unit in Diamond, hopefully, and the mother or the parent organization, sorry, which has a lot of consequences in creating a lot of different situations that we have to deal with. So that's the European situation. And of course, there is also a difference of the mission of this publishing unit. Do they publish only for their parent organization, or are they able to publish for other? And you can see that, in fact, most of them, but not all of them, publish widely in the national landscape, for example, not only for their own researchers. But there is an important part of them who do that. They publish only for their own researchers. And that's more prominent in Southern Europe. Let's go now, if it works, yes, to the multilingualism and the question of the publication language. Here we have a full diversity at play, it's more well known, where you see that there is an impressive wide range of publishing languages across Europe in the Diamond sector, and that's one of the main strengths of the Diamond model, particularly in Europe, because multilingualism is a characteristic of Diamond, but it's also a characteristic, and you can see that, or you can hear that with my accent, it's a characteristic of Europe itself. So it's important to understand here this table showing that most of the Diamond OA publishing unit, they publish in English, yes, but they don't publish only in English. They publish in English alongside other languages, and in most cases it's the national language, but it can be a full variety of different languages. So I don't go into the details. You can see the impressive list of publishing languages supported by the Diamond OA model here. And now you have, and that's where I quote my colleague Janne, you have the distribution of multilingualism and the balance or the contrast of multilingualism between the APC model and the Diamond model based on DOAJ source. And you can see that monolinguistic English publication is really a characteristic of the APC model, whereas multilingualism is a characteristic of Diamond. So that's really important to keep that in mind because it's also part of the Diamond, the identity of Europe. My last part of my presentation is about national context. Europe is a continent made of nation states, of nations. It's extremely important to remember that. Whether you like it or not, that's the reality. Personally, I'm not very fond of that, but that's the reality I have to cope with as a European. I have to work with nations. I have to work with nation states. So it's important to take that into consideration. And when we go to the diversity of the national context across Europe related to the Diamond model, we find interesting things. First, we see that in some countries, and they are not so few as we might imagine, we have established national capacity centers supporting Diamond already. In France, for example, you have this list of research infrastructures, Open Edition, METOP, AL+, and hopefully Mersenne that support Diamond, which are really structurally supported at national level. And why are they supported? It's because, and that's a French peculiarity, they are in the national roadmap of the research infrastructures. So that's something I'd like to share with my colleagues in other European countries, because I think it's quite a French exception, or very rare, I would say, to consider those infrastructures not only as scholarly communication infrastructures, not only as e-infrastructures, but as research infrastructures. And I think that it echoes what has been said in the previous panel when, is it you, Victoria, who said, no, I don't remember, who said that it's important to understand that publishing, it's Johan, I guess, publishing is an integral part of research itself. It's not a supplément d'âme. It's not something outside of research. It's part of research. And if it's the case, then the infrastructure supporting the Diamond OA publishing model, they should be part of the roadmap, the national roadmaps of the research infrastructures. And that's the modest contribution of the French, I would say, in the European context. But of course, in many other European countries, you have strong support as well. So for example, Croatia is a shining example of, with Archak, of a national infrastructure supporting the Diamond model as well. And it's what I call a de facto national infrastructure supported by 2 universities. FECYT in Spain is a shining example, of course, also. And what is really interesting for me is that it's an infrastructure supported by a funder, which is yet a different species in the world of organizations supporting research. And in other countries, it's growing. So we are very pleased to see that the DFG, the National Funding Agency in Germany, just granted an important grant to a collective to set up a project to set up a national capacity center at national level in Germany. So that's really promising, also because Germany is a very important country in the European context. But we can see that Netherlands as well is growingly supporting even better the diamond model with the journals.nl platform, supported by a funding agency as well. And that's the case in Portugal as well, where there is a cooperation between FECYT and the University of Minho to support PubIn, which is a national infrastructure to support the diamond model as well. I just want to insist on one fact. Usually, the oversimplistic representation would say that supporting the diamond model and supporting publishing is not something for national funding agencies. I know, Victor. I have 3 minutes left. Yes, I know. Usually, this oversimplistic representation says that supporting publishing, open access publishing, and Diamond OA publishing model is not something for the funding agencies who should fund research only. But you have here examples of funding agencies who progressively support, it's just the beginning, but support better and better this type of activity. And I think this is really promising for us in Europe at least. And more to come. So I'm very pleased to see that in the Republic of Ireland, there is an ongoing discussion with the project to set up a community of practice. The name of it is Irish Open Access Publishers, supported by Project Money. So it's only Project Money yet, but so far, but it's promising. We have a growing conversation or a nascent conversation in Italy between different universities who are running OGS platforms at institutional level to set up a network at national level. And it's really interesting also to see that the Nordic countries are preparing something yet a bit different, which is a sub-regional distributed infrastructure or network. I don't know exactly because I think that the conversation is just at its beginning to support more structurally across the different Nordic countries the development of Diamond OA. And that's in this role, the university libraries play an important role. So that's interesting as well. So that's my last slide. Oh, okay. That was the previous one. Yes, we all fall in the same trap, huh? So we are all equal. And so, wait a minute. Yes, now this is my last slide. Unida en la diversidad. I don't know if you know what it is. That's the official motto of the European Union, united in diversity. And I think it reflects perfectly well in this domain what I try to present to you. We try to be united at European level, at the continental level, but by respecting the diversity, and particularly the diversity of the national cultures, that whether we are pleased of it or not, are existent, they are there. That's the reality. We have to make something out of them. So what my last message would be to call for those nascent or already established national capacity centers to join the European Diamond Capacity Hub that we try to establish and that we will present tomorrow, and to liaise also with their national institution context, which is so much important for Europe, and also for this collective effort that we are doing at global level in the context of the ALMASI project. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your insights, for your presentations. We have 5 minutes for questions and answers. I'm sorry for putting so much pressure on you. I'm sorry, I feel like the witch of the north. Sorry. If you have any question, raise your hand, please, and we will bring up a microphone to you. No questions? Do you want to add any other thing? If there are no questions, we can take the break for the coffee. So, thank you so much. Well, I'm going to inform you, we are going to have the coffee in the cafeteria of FECYT. We have to go through the museum. Please follow our staff in FECYT, the ones with the blue layers. And please, now we are going to start listening a message saying that the museum is going to close. This is not for you, don't take it into account. It's for the schools visiting the museum. Thank you. We have half an hour. And we are going to close the room. If you need something for this half an hour, for security purposes, because there are a lot of schools and young people here. Hi. Hello. I'm looking for the speakers. If they are not here, we can do nothing. Oh, yeah. Pilar, waiting for you. So, hi. Yeah. You know, I'm the witch of the West. I have made the translation directly from the Spanish one to English, witch of the North. Well, welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. This is the third and the last session. We are going to have 4 presenters, and we are going to talk about ALMASI project, the components of ALMASI project. Our presenters are Joana Bol, please come here, Pilar Rico Castro, Juan Pablo Alperín, Irina Kushner, and Vanessa Pruthman. Joana Bol, look for my glasses, is the Managing Director of the Directory of Open Access Journals, DOAJ. She will discuss about the landscape as one of the ALMASI components. Pilar Rico Castro, Head of the Open Science Unit at the Spanish Foundation of Science and Technology, FECYT, will address quality assessment and alignment. Juan Pablo Alperín, Scientific Director of the Public Knowledge Project, PKP, will talk about training, and Irina Kushner, Open Access Program Manager at IAFL, and Vanessa Pruthman, Director of Spark Europe, both will talk about sustainability. Please welcome them.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am really proud to be kicking off the first of the 4 components of ALMASI this afternoon. I'm going to try and press a button, see if anything happens. Yes, it is happening. Okay, excellent. And I'm also going to try and treat this as an eye test and see if I can read my slides in the back of the room, and a different approach. If not, then I will twist my head round. So the landscape, and the purpose of this landscape activity is to enhance the understanding of the different non-profit open access publishing solutions. We're going to be looking at governance, business models, services, and sustainability. And so much of what we heard from in the first set of presentations today was around the importance of building that shared understanding of our landscape. So we really feel that as part of this work, we are doing the groundwork for the other work packages. We're also going to be looking at non-profit scholarly publishing and diamond open access publishing cooperation opportunities, and those could be south-south, north-south, so bringing different publishing operations together and seeing how they can work together and support each other. And of course, we're building on so much work that has gone before, and you've heard a lot about that already. The really excellent Open Access Diamond Journal study that was carried out, as well as the DIAMAS landscape survey and report that Pierre told us about, some of the work that has been happening in Latin America, as well as the WACRA and Eiffel study that is currently ongoing. So it's about taking the work that's already happening, synthesizing and drawing conclusions. When Johan described the project before, he talked about different phases, and that's how I'm going to describe the different phases of our activities, this landscape activity. So there's the exploration phase, which will be throughout the first year in 2025, the analysis phase, which will run throughout 2026, and then finally the consolidation phase. So looking at that first task that we will be working on as a group, and I should have said actually when I started that this activity is going to be led jointly by my organisation, DOAJ, and by Redelic. We're going to be looking to map, define and classify non-profit publishing services and solutions. So trying to provide insights on non-profit, diamond, scholar-led publishing across Europe, Africa and Latin America. And we're going to be looking at geographical areas, types of outputs, organisational structures, governance models, funding mechanisms, and types and levels of services and solutions. And this task will be carried out by our colleagues at TSV, the Federation of Finnish Learning Societies, who have a huge amount of expertise in bibliometric analysis. So they will be leading this work with input, in particular, from colleagues from the different regions. During the second phase in year 2, and this work will be led by colleagues at EIFL, we will be looking at the strengths, challenges and threats of non-profit open access publishing solutions in their local context. We'll be using the data that we have gathered from the first phase of this piece of work and using that to develop qualitative case studies of selected countries using a network-driven approach. Now, we have some really good case studies from our work with ALMASI. We already have 10 case studies in place, and what we want to do is expand that by carrying out at least a further 5 case studies in Africa and a further 5 case studies from Latin America. And then the final phase of the project, of this part of the project, the landscape work, that's going to be carried out in year 3. We're going to be doing some analysis and in-depth focus groups, and that will be further investigation into particular issues of interest. This task will be led by DOAJ and Redelic, bringing in colleagues from across the project. We'll be doing some soft testing of some of the solutions that have been identified through our other work packages. We'll be doing a review of strengths, challenges and threats of solutions in the different contexts. We'll be looking at identifying cooperation opportunities across the different regions, and we'll be providing recommendations based on this analysis. So the outcomes. Well, the first and very concrete outcome of our work is going to be the scoping report, the data set of case studies, and the final report, which are the kind of concrete outcomes that we'll be delivering as deliverables as part of this piece of work. Those will be feeding into the work packages from other colleagues, but also open for the community to use and reuse, and it'll contribute to a greater understanding across our global network of non-profit open access publishing solutions. And I'm really hoping that this greater understanding that we create between ourselves and with the other projects will lead to that enhanced trust, which we've been talking about as being so important. Thank you.
Well, our work in the ALMASI project has to do a lot with the work that we've been developing within the ALMASI project. Because as it was said at the beginning of the presentation by Victoria Zucala, the funding stream of the European Commission is very much focused on the political strategies and the priorities that the European Commission and the member states at the Council decide that they want to implement and to push. So ALMASI is a continuation, as Johan was saying, it's a continuation of the AMAS, and its main objective is to broaden its scope and encompass all these 3 regions in a common understanding of what is open access diamond publishing and what is quality and what is sustainability, basically, and to provide them with training tools. So our part within this project is to focus on quality alignment and quality assessment. This is something that we did already in the AMAS, and many of you have been participating with us, many of you, especially the ones from the national community, towards with whom we are very, very grateful for your work and your implication. And our work here will be a continuation, but in a broader scope. So the what in ALMASI for us is to gain a better understanding of what these three regions understand when they speak about quality and about quality assessment. It is not the same what we mean in Europe that what is meant in Africa or what is meant in Latin America. Even though we have been profoundly inspired by assessment exercises created in Latin America, in Europe, we've been very much influenced by the work made by Redalic and by Estielo in our previous work. Quality is very much dependent on external elements like technology, sometimes funding, and very much on policy making. If we have a policy focusing on open access diamond publishing that drives our journals and our institutional publishers towards one specific way, then quality means what the policy is requiring us to do. So quality is not, it's an agreement that we have to build among the members of the community, and it is not a straightforward concept because, as I said, it's highly dependent on external variables. So the first activity that we are conducting within our role in ALMASI project is to understand what means quality assessment in the three regions. Then we will start launching a dialogue process by pairing regions in a twinning process for mutual learning exercises. That means that we will be able to think out of the box by speaking with our equals in different regions and trying to understand why we have set the specific concepts of quality, why we have set specific mechanisms for assessing that quality and for monitoring if that happens. What are the implications of these quality assessment exercises? It is attached to specific funding streams. It is attached to indexing processes. It is attached to prestige as such. What is the purpose of assessment that quality, and what is the means that we are serving with that? Then will come the most difficult part from our understanding. In our understanding, that will be to be able to build a common understanding of quality assessment among the three regions. And our experience has shown us that this might be easy to think, easy to, in your mind, can be an easy exercise, but it has a lot of nitty-gritty details to be sorted out and large pitfalls that have to be discussed openly, and it takes much longer than expected. When we were working in the AMAS, when we were addressing quality, it was not the same focusing on quality when we speak about journals than when we speak about institutional publishers. It was not the same for institutional publishers than for service providers. It was not the same for journals than for books. It will not be the same in different regions with different context and different narratives, different policies, and different economic funding streams focusing on journals, institutional publishers, service providers, and so on. So getting an agreement of a common framework for assessing quality is such a large challenge for us. And then to establish a common framework for this quality monitoring. The how, this is the what and now the how. We will use typical methodologies of these social scientist approaches, like comparative analysis on quality support instruments, their level of implementations, and the impact in the three regions. We will conduct mutual learning exercises through twinning processes, and will extend the quality instruments for global applicability, the biggest challenge, as I was mentioning. Where do we come from? Many of you, I hope all of you, know the Diamond Open Access Standard, which was one of the main outputs that came out of the DIAMAS project, and in which many of you, being here at this room, were working, some of you very hard, and we know that was a difficult text to write because we had to agree on the verb that we used, the commas, where to place them, where to stop the sentence, which complements to add after finishing the sentence. Well, I remember the discussion about the verbs. It was not that easy at all. Might be easy now if you read the Diamond Open Access Standard, but by that time, and Claire knows that, it was not. It was a simply exercise because we were focusing only on institutional publishers in their role of publishing journals, not books, in the European context, with a cultural homogeneity that will help us to a common understanding of what was quality and what was out of the borders of quality. But we realized how dependent it is even on the institutional culture. Sometimes within the institutions, the library and the service, the institutional publisher is not the same unit. Sometimes they do not even have the same agenda, same budget. They have uneven budgets. They have sometimes different interests, different ways of understanding publishing, and that is an ecosystem in which we have to move ourselves. We cannot change the ecosystem. We do have to understand and respect that ecosystem. So we try to write a comprehensive and the most broader mechanism for quality assessment, and we ended up with the Diamond Open Access Standard, which was and which is based on the several core components that were leading all our project. It took us more than 1 year to write the Diamond Open Access Standard, and we began by analyzing more than 71 documents. Oh, sorry. Thanks. We analyzed more than 71 documents from all around the world. We realized that quality tends to mean the same, but the application of quality to different elements is not the same. So the first activity that we will conduct is analyzing these non-for-profit open access editorial quality support instruments in the 3 regions. For Europe, we come from DOAS. From Latin America, we have a lot of information already, and thanks to the BEAM colleagues, members of the consortium, together with Redali, we will have access to a lot of information, as well as with Africa, because we will have the vision of AJOL and AILF that are very well, they do really well know the African context. That will be based on desk work, that will be a hard desk work, and a comparative approach. For the mutual learning exercise through the twinning process, we are new on this. We haven't done this before in the DIAMAS project, but we believe that since the cultural context and the environments are so different, this twinning process can help us breaking the ice in some conversations and making the relation easier. So we will be able to shorten the distance between the regions, between South-South and South-North. And for the extension of quality instrument for global applicability, we have the experience. The graph that you can see in the slide here represents the methodology that we applied for building the Diamond Open Access Standard. And I'm trying to make a parallelism between the methodology approach that we will have to use in ALMASI against the one that we use in DIAMAS. The extension of the quality instrument for global applicability, we decided in the AMAS that we had to stop in the document of the standard and building a self-assessment tool for institutional publishers that will serve you, the community, as a way to check in your institutional space, at your office, with no witnesses, how good or how bad you are against this standard. So, no public information archived, no public information published, just for your own information. But we do believe that creating a global monitoring assessment system will be useful for the community, because the place where we stand is we believe that quality is a public good, and it should be a public good. Ariana was mentioning that for Redalic, knowledge is a public good, journals are public goods, digital infrastructures are public goods. We agree with that, but what we want to add to that list is that quality is a public good, and that we have the right and the opportunity to influence into policy making and into the narratives of the policy discourses. We all have heard all these very much biased discourses coming from our decision makers saying things like open access is very expensive. Well, for-profit open access is very expensive. Non-for-profit open access is expensive as publishing is, but is a public service that is being paid and sustained by public instruments and by public institutions. So how much or how less expensive it is shouldn't be an issue for research communities, because this shouldn't be their business. Their business should be just produce research. Another bias is, open access journals good, but we all know which are the good journals in our fields. So we have the right to decide which are the good journals based on public instruments, on public decision-making processes, and a decision made by the community, because quality should be a public good itself as well. We are working very hard for quality to be a public good at the European level. This is one of the outcomes coming from the AMAS. We believe that the European Commission already included that message into its public discourse. We are working on that as well, but we have the responsibility and the opportunity to extend that message to the 3 regions part of ALMASI, with the aim of the whole world to realize that we do not have to pay for quality. It is not worth it. It is not sustainable, and it is not true. Quality is on our hands, and we have the right and we have the responsibility to decide what quality is as a public good. To follow up, we will produce 3 different outputs, 2 reports based on the activities that we are going to conduct, report on non-profit scholarly publishing, and the mutual learning report. This will be technical reports that will be of your interest if you are very much into that, but no, we do not expect to be like game changers, just a follow-up documents, regular reports that necessary, of course, for accountability reasons, but what we really expect to be a game changer coming out of ALMASI project will be the Global Diamond Assessment Framework. We hope that it will be very much based on the Diamond Open Access Standard, but from our previous experience that we thought it would be easy and then it was really complicated, we are ready to work hard with the 3 regions in a common understanding and in a broad dialogue to come up to a common understanding and a common definition of quality. Thank you very much.
Okay, I don't know what's going to be the bigger test of my eyesight of reading there or trying to read it, tying these little slides on my phone. So we'll see if I can manage with one of those 2, and to try to keep up. So let's, so I'm going to, Johan said earlier that PKP is leading this package. I want to say that we're co-leading it together with Operas. In terms of leading this work around preparing the training and development materials, but also with quite a bit of participation from FECYT and from DOAJ and from really from all of the partners in the consortium. So we're just kind of helping to help orchestrate and take the lead on that, but and this is really going to take a group effort, and actually there'll be a call for anyone actually in the community to participate at times. So the objective sort of this work around the training is to sort of improve the technical, scientific quality of publishing solutions and outlets so that they're trusted. And so this is, again, this question of trust is coming up again. And trusted across countries and disciplines, and really around the different kinds of contexts in which all of this diamond publishing is happening. The goal of all of this is, of course, to enable sort of the knowledge transfer so that of an uptake of the best practices, right, around dissemination of good practices that enhance the visibility and the quality of nonprofit publishing. So really trying to help to make sure that these good practices that are out there are actually being taken up by the community, and that there's people who have the opportunity to improve and sort of develop their processes and the way that they do the publishing. The action that we are sort of really undertaking in this particular part of the work is to develop training materials and training modules that can be done remotely for service providers and for journal editors, and as well, probably as well for researchers that are participating in the publishing process. The work that we've laid out is sort of laid out into sort of 4 different tasks, and I think that they sort of build on each other. They operate sequentially, kind of starting in a staggered way, but then also overlapping. And this is in the interest of being multilingual. I've translated this. This is written in European Commission grant writing language, and I put it into English for most of us to be able to understand. So the way that we've sort of laid it out, the first idea is to try to figure out what is it that we think that people need to know about. We want to really build, we're starting a little bit later, we want to build on the understanding that we start to develop with ALMASI of the landscape across the different regions and across the different contexts, and try to figure out how we write sort of course outlines around the different topics that there needs to be training on, where there is a gap, where there's knowledge that needs to still be built, where people are requiring some assistance in being able to learn and disseminate those good practices, and figure out which courses or modules go together. So really thinking around this work around figuring out what is the curriculum. So those of you that sort of come from the education space, this is really the curriculum development part of the project, and understanding what is it that needs to be known, what is the order that people need to know these things in, who are the target audiences, and those sort of elements that help to develop an entire program of training, and in different ways that those things can be combined. We want to build on things that are already known. We don't want to necessarily say, okay, we can identify what might be the materials that need to be put together, but we need to gather and catalog the training materials that are already out there. There's courses that already exist, there's modules that already exist, there's materials and elements that are already been collected by the community. So I can know that at PKP, we've had the PKP school for now operating for many years, where we have courses, and some of them are out of date, but there's a lot of good materials that are there around for editors to be able to build, what our reviewers need to do, for journal managers. And similarly, some of the previous projects, like the Craft Away project, has also created some learning materials. And some of the resources from the Diamas projects are good resources that they might not be set up as courses, but they're materials that already exist. So we're going to be setting all of the partners in the consortium to help us to collect these materials and be able to gather them together. We'll then need to identify, okay, we've identified what the curriculum is, what is it that the things that people need to know. We can imagine what the courses might be, or what the programs that combine those courses together. We've collected all of the materials that are available that we can gather from the community in different languages and from different regions. But we might have some things that don't already exist, and so we'll need to develop and then create any materials that are still missing, any gaps that we identify between what we think that people are needing materials and training on, and what we've been able to find resources already put together to help do those things. And finally, we need to help people, institutions, and organizations offer the courses. And I'll talk a little bit more about that at the end, because that's something that's also for the larger community to think about. What are ways in which they might be able to contribute to delivering these courses? So let me go into a little bit of detail around each of these particular tasks. So this first one, this developing learning pathways, I put it back into as a part of helping to educate us into the language of how we've written this into the grant, this learning pathways. This is really the curriculum development. So this is starting a little bit later. So we got a little bit of the break, whereas some of the other work packages are starting right away. Everyone's got to get going. We need to wait until we build a little bit of an understanding of the larger landscape before we start saying these are the courses that need to be coming coming together. So we'll take some guidance in particular from the work around building that understanding and then using that to help to come together and develop these curriculums. So we'll looking at doing some curriculum design, and here you can think again as modules, as the little pieces, there's particular bits of knowledge that we think need to be taught, how those fit together into what might be a course, a set of things that might need to come together, and then how those different courses might come together into programs, into here's a collection of different courses that all come together for particular communities. We want to make sure that we're considering in doing these things the roles of editors, of researchers, of publishers, and of service providers, because we might want to have different courses or different programs or different combinations of the same modules might fit together into different curricula depending on who the target audience might be. We'll start at this point also exploring certification options. So we need to think about not just as courses are being offered, what are ways that we both incentivize or create pathways for these courses to be actually offered, and who are the people that are going to be able to take them so that do we need some kind of credentialing or certification mechanisms or ways of people to be able to signal that they have undertaken this training. And it's important here that we really want to make sure we're working across regions to ensure that this different sort of curricula and these different certification pathways align with the diversity of the needs, the challenges of the particular different communities that are out there. Because again, we don't expect there to be, here's the one course around how you do editing, and that we think that that's going to all of a sudden work for everyone in every context. These things are going to need to be able to be tailored across communities and how they're trying to work. The second, I think, like I mentioned, we don't want to start from scratch with these courses. And we might have identified the curriculums and the way these things need to fit together, but we need to start a little bit later once we have a sense, and we need to scope that down, be able to have a sense, okay, these are the kind of courses that we want to be able, that we think should be offered. Then we'll start coming together to collect materials that are out there. And this is an opportunity to catalog those materials that exist. This is actually something that right now there is 1 million resources that are already out there. But they're just sort of disparate and all over the place. They're not organized in a way. And I think that with this project, we have an opportunity to bring those together and organize that into something that we can make a publicly accessible registry of the materials that already exist. So that people can not just take necessarily the pathways that we consider or the ones that we've put together, but it can also just identify and find all of those materials that are out there and use them and recombine them in ways that suit their particular needs and for their particular communities. The third, as I said, we expect that although there is so many materials that are out there, that all of those things that we've identified, these courses, there might be some things that are still missing, some pieces that maybe are not taking into account the different learnings that we've made throughout the other parts of the project. And this is why, again, this is something that's starting and happening a little bit later in the project so that we have even a greater opportunity to understand the landscapes that are out there. We need to then see that there might be some gaps and there's some particular challenges that particular communities are facing. And then we realize that we need to develop some resources that are tailored to addressing the needs and challenges of those communities. So developing, essentially, this is now creating new courses and new training materials or just any new resources, because again, we don't know exactly what form that these will need to take. That's something that we need to learn to identify based on what is out there and what seems to work for the particular challenges or particular region or context in which we think that these resources will be available. And we'll need, and here we'll be opening up, to receive, we need to have a way of establishing a mechanism to receive sort of reviews or changes or suggestions from the community as they are looking at the materials that are out there and to contribute them so that we can add them to the registry so that we can consider them and have a process of kind of ongoingly update these courses and these materials that are being put together. The last part is around helping to build and support communities of practice. And this is around saying, we can have all of the materials in the world. They can even be in a central place where people can find them in a publicly available registry. But we need to help to build sort of communities of practice that are sort of offering these courses, that are helping to bring people to the materials so that people are actually taking and having an opportunity to train. And that's going to require work around identifying people or institutions that are interested in gathering their communities or people that they believe that they can reach and that would benefit from these courses and being able to put them together. As one example, I'll say in the Masters of Publishing program, where I work at Simon Fraser University, we're looking at seeing about whether we can put together a graduate certificate on scholarly publishing, where we would take for some of the courses and materials that are being developed as part of this ALMASI project and see if we can offer it as a graduate certificate within the institution so that it's already established with certification from the institution and from the university as a way of being able to say we can gather professionals that want to participate, people that come to our program regularly, but that want to get the specialization and the training that we believe is important. Here's where I open it up to all of those of you that if you have communities that you believe that you can reach and you think you might be interested in offering courses or you have a way of doing that, there'll be an opportunity for you to start getting in touch, and we'll want to work with you to build communities of practice around helping. How can we help you tailor these courses for your particular, for your particular communities or contexts? How can we work with you around identifying what are the things that are still missing in the modules, and we'll work in an iterative way with particular groups that believe that they want to participate in offering and creating an offerings for these things. Here we'll want to be able to also help to make sure that we're promoting the South to South and South to North collaborations across the continent. There's a lot of materials that have been developed in particular in the different contexts from the Global South. We think there's opportunities for cross-learning across the regions. Again, so we want to be working in context-specific ways, but also have ways of taking the realities and the challenges that one region is facing and the materials that we develop for those regions and see if they can be applied or if they can be relevant to other regions and make sure that we have those conversations. So really, this is really all about making sure that we provide the community that's trying to do diamond open access publishing with the resources that they need to make sure that they're following best practices for their context, but more importantly, that they have the tools that they need to address the challenges that they're facing in being able to offer. What are the barriers that are preventing them from doing high-quality diamond open access publishing? We think that the training and materials that we can gather from the community, put them together and think through what those courses are, is a way of making sure that we can elevate the region and the quality of open access publishing around the world. Thank you.
So we're going to end with a duet. We're not going to be singing, but it's Spark Europe and Eiffel. We are leading a really important work package. Can we move to our slides, maybe? Yes, great. So how do we better consider a strong future for OA Diamond? All the work that we'll be doing, we're doing with DIAMAS now and with ALMASI. We really believe that policy and funding mechanisms that support that policy is really fundamental to that. So we will be further building on the work of DIAMAS, but really focusing and learning very much from Latin America and from Africa, because those contexts are really very different, and there's a lot of rich experience to be had from them. So we will be doing further exploring to come up with some concrete solutions and tools for the communities in the different regions, in those different contexts. So how does this, why is it not working? Oops. Yes. My eyes maybe are not as, no, I'm going to try. So the objectives is really, again, to gain further understanding about the national policy landscapes related to not-for-profit OA publishing. So the role of governments here and research funders is really critical as future policymakers and funders supporting and committing to not-for-profit OA publishing. So we want to explore what those policies exist, what do they look like, where, how have they been developed and why, and what are the funding arms that maybe come with those. And not to be forgotten, also in some of the regions of Africa, not just Africa, but in other regions, institutions, we've heard how vital they are in supporting the OA Diamond publishing community, but also institutional policy making is really critical when commitments are made to support your editors and journal managers, for example, and paying your way forward to support that. So, secondly, we want to stimulate then, so from learning from across the regions, we want to stimulate the development of institutional and national policies that support this kind of publishing, and with funding ideally. It's not an easy time to be doing that right now, but we are going to see how far we can get with that. And the stimulation, it's also going to be translated into action plans. We don't want some general ambitions. Ideally, we're going to coach and support and to see whether we can come up with some concrete action plans, if possible. And so we will also be helping the different regions, including in Europe, build capacity in this area on financial models amongst nations and institutions, amongst those policymakers and the research funders, to help optimize costs and help sustain the system. Why is that not working? Oh, I'm going back. That we don't want to do. Sorry. So there are 4 key tasks, and Irina will take us through a little bit more in detail, and that I really cannot read. So looking at those key tasks, and I'm not going to fall down the stairs.
Maybe I'll just go through the tasks.
Oh, okay, if you want. That's fine. Do that.
So we're starting to carry out a desk research, interviews, regional and country focus groups to understand a little bit better what is a national, regional and international open science policy landscape related to Diamond Open Access Publishing, and what are the funding arms and support mechanisms. And in December this year, we'll have a landscape report with this information, including good practices. And of course, we'll build on Diama's work and also America Open Science Policy Observatory. We are also starting to set up a non-profit scholarly publishing and Diamond A policy and funder forum for policymakers in 3 regions, Africa, Europe, and Latin America. And our goal is to have the first meeting in October this year. And of course, now we are identifying what are the key policymakers and funder stakeholders, what is the best way to engage with them, and how we can really work with them to address, showcase, discuss non-profit Diamond A publishing policy. And here again, we're building on existing work that has already been mentioned by our colleagues. Then we are developing recommendations, co-developing recommendations and financial sustainability plans with and for loan societies, higher education institutions, governments, national research agencies. And in December 26, we'll have a document which presents those actionable, evidence-based, community-validated recommendations for different stakeholders, institutional leadership, national governments, national funding agencies, also funders supporting research and Diamond Open Access Publishing across the regions. And in December 27, towards the end of the project, we'll also supplement those recommendations with guidelines on how specific plans of actions could be developed to actually implement those policy recommendations and also funding commitments. So of course, we'll be building on action plan for Diamond Open Access. Of course, we'll be building on UNESCO Diamond Open Access framework and we'll be working closely with governments in 3 regions. So we'll have recommendations as a white paper, action plans for funding, and collection of commitments to support non-profit and Diamond OA from funders, sponsors, and donors. And lastly, we'll develop a suite of resources to support institutional, national open science policymakers, and that will be also towards the end of the project last year. So that's a task that will package all the resources produced before in a good package. And I don't think it's the last version of our slide, but when slides will be made available, you'll also see outcomes, which are basically funders forum that would support non-profit Diamond open access and actionable recommendations and everything else that was mentioned before. Thank you so much, and we'll be happy to. Oh, actually, no. Oh, here it is. There is one. So you can.
So actually, we were going to end with a few key outcomes. That policies and recommendations are discussed at government level, on national and institutional levels, that is as well, including sharing good practices in not-for-profit publishing and how that's funded and how policies are made. And then we'll look at the interregional not-for-profit publishing and Diamond OA policy and funder forum settings, getting people together to discuss and share and move policy and funding forward for a more sustainable future for OA Diamond. Thanks very much. Old slides.
Well, thank you for our speakers. It has been the last block of the day. And thank you, Joanna. You have given an extra minute to each of them. So we have no more than 5 minutes for questions because we are running out of time. But if you want to ask something, please raise your hand, and one of my colleagues will approach your microphone.
So my name is Remedios Melero. I'm researcher in open science issues in a research institute from the Spanish National Research Council. So anything I tell here is my own opinion, so no, it's not my institutional, let's say, opinion. So my question is, have you included or will you include in your analysis the publishers from societies, I mean learned societies, or small publishers, because in Spain at least we have quite a lot of those societies that they publish journals, and they have not particularly this, they don't follow the institutional model of publishing. So, because I have seen in almost all the slides talking about institutional. So my question is, are all those going to be included?
Which one of you want to? Yeah, Joanna?
Is it working?
Yeah, maybe here.
Yes. We are definitely going to be including learning societies in the analysis. I think that's something that my colleague Jana can back up in the audience. They play a very important role in the landscape, and we will certainly be wanting to bring them in. So yes. I don't know if any other colleagues want to add anything to that. No? Okay.
Yes, there is another question.
No? Yes. Woo! I'm almost scared of it now. My name is Sophie Wenström. I come from Stockholm University Library. And I'm also project manager of the Nordic Capacity Center for Diamond Open Access. So this is questions close to my heart, and has been for a while. But I have a question, something that I've been thinking about. This might be a question mainly for you, Pilar, but also for the rest of you. So thinking about a quality assessment framework and how we talk about this, and you talked about how hard it was to find the words in creating the DOAS, which I understand. I don't envy you. But one thing that I do get questions a lot about is the definition of peer review, which is not national, not global, there's very many definitions of it, and I know lots of people in the audience probably struggle with the same thing. Do you think that it will be required of us to agree on terms like that? What does it mean? How do we classify it? And how do you plan to do that in this project?
That's a difficult one.
I know, sorry.
Yeah, but I like it, thank you. When we were writing the Diamond Open Access Standard, the item about peer review was one of the hardest to write because there was no agreement, not even among the members of the consortium, about open peer review, yes or no. You could have here in those debates as many opinions against that in favor of open peer review, just focusing on one aspect of peer review. So we kind of sorted out by dividing each of the elements included within the Diamond Open Access Standard into required and compulsory. So that way we managed to sort out the hot topics and the hot issues in which we didn't reach an agreement, all the members of the consortium and the community, that we were gathering their opinion on the writing. So I envisage that the discussion will be large on this, and I envisage that we will have to find some innovative solutions in the wording and in the requirement level for those items like as peer review are not that straightforward for all the participants. So I do know it will not be easy, but I really trust that we will get the way there. Thanks.
Pilar tells me I speak too quickly, so I will try to speak more slowly. It's very hard. I'll say that one of the important things, and just thinking from the lens of the training, but also thinking more broadly as a researcher, that there is not just around even the practices of whether it's open or closed or what, it's more even what constitutes peer review, and that is something that varies significantly also by discipline and by communities, and it can even vary within disciplines for people that have different orientations within a discipline, have different expectations of what needs to happen during a peer review. So if I'm thinking around if we want to have some training materials or modules talking about peer review, there are some things that are general to the process of how you conduct and the roles that people have in terms of what an editor should be sort of doing and taking in from those reviews, what the kinds of different models of kinds of things I could ask of reviewers. And I think we need to be in a project like this very much mindful of all of these different kinds of contexts and providing guidance around which is the right model for you. Here is some guidance for different kinds of models. Here is some understanding of who's applying these different models, where can they be found. So I think that there's ways in which we can still be applying this different ways of, let's say like it's a standard around explaining this is the norms, but explaining that it isn't one norm or one criteria, that it's a diversity of practices, and to be able to say which is the right, you choose which is the right one that fits you, and here is what we can provide from the materials around some training and guidance so that you can use your model in the best way possible and understand what are the alternatives that you can consider. Is that slow enough? Yes. Yeah.
Any other question? Well, if not, thanks again to our... Oh, is there anyone? I haven't seen it.
Just on the diamond assessment model that you have, do you have any plans, because you discussed, Pilar, the discussing this and passing on to ending up with policymakers, basically, right? So in this, to my mind, rings, okay, research assessment, since current research assessment is so much based on quality, proxy terms of quality of journals, right? Journal impact factor, et cetera. I mean, how do you plan, and maybe this is my own personal ignorance of the results of the project thus far. We have read, actually, the work on the tool, but how do you plan in the future of connecting this to the current conversation and affecting and policy regarding assessment? Does it make sense?
We are not planning to have that big influence into the research assessment of the R&D personnel on the researchers side, but on the institutional publishers and on the journals and books side. So we hope it will have an effect on the venues that are the main choice of our research community when they do communicate their work. But when it comes to research assessment at the personal level, that's a different story. So I don't know if I'm answering you. So
I think, yes, I understand that. So, and I think the effect will be, I think, quite clear on the publishers and editors, etc. That's one very clear point, and that's a great step. But there are more to. Yeah. So, I mean, it has the potential for more. I guess that's why I'm asking. I mean, you should aim high, I would say. I mean, it's the discussion we're having, research assessment and diamond, and maybe this tool is actually a little door or a big door, actually, in the future. I mean, but somehow it should become connected to the narrative as well as, I mean, I think not in just in appearances, but in essence, maybe it is possible. So I don't know. That's my thinking as a policymaker.
So maybe what Pilar meant that in quality-related tasks, they'll focus on that, but in policy-related activities, of course, we'll look into responsible research assessment and incentivizing non-profit or publishing in institutional policies and frameworks, in national policies and frameworks. So that would be a very important part of policy-related work. It will be a very important part of recommendations that will be co-developing with institutional leaders, governments, research funders, and it's one of the challenges because for now approaches to research assessment are not really aligned across the regions, and we won't be claiming that we'll align them across the regions, but we'll do the best effort to try to find some common grounds and at least cater for specific institutional or national circumstances and try to support some pilots. And of course, COARA is one of our major stakeholders and also similar bodies in other regions.
Maybe I can add one more thing more on as my role as a researcher and someone that has done a whole research project on review, tenure, and promotion guidelines. Thinking that the best thing that we can do to help to create changes in research assessment is have the journals that are, the diamond journals, the ones that are operating under this model, be the places where researchers want to publish the most. So I think more than influencing it through policy, which I think influencing research assessment practices through policy many people have been trying and it's very challenging. The best thing we can do is improve these journals and have them be places where researchers just want to publish, because this is where they identify is the highest quality work is going. So that I see our pathway to influencing research assessment as being through the improvement of the quality and raising the communities to value these journals. And this will bring the bottom-up changes in the research assessment. But anyway, that's more from my lens around how I've been trying to think around how to influence research assessment, because it is a sticky thing that everyone is trying to pin all of the hopes of changes to academia on those practices. And it's been challenging to see those changes happen through policy. But I think we can have a much more direct impact through having these journals be the ones that are doing the best work and soliciting and bringing together the researchers wanting to say, oh, they're doing such a great job, that's where I want to send my work. This is the journal that's going to give me the most visibility. This is the journal that's going to get me read and get me being valued by my peers.
Sorry, yeah, this makes sense to me, but maybe it's just because we're the commission, it keeps coming back to us and it keeps coming back to us. And I was just discussing so where do the researchers publish though? I mean, now, for example, it keeps coming back to us because we do not approve costs for hybrid journals. I mean, we routinely receive hissing emails from researchers saying that, you are obstructing me from doing my work, and I cannot, publish where you tell me, basically we tell them, okay, you can publish in Hebrew journals, but we are not going to pay for it. And then they're like, oh, but you're creating a problem with me because here's how I'm being assessed. And that's where I need to publish, and you're not paying for it. So then we tell them, maybe you can look for alternatives. And then they're like, I think probably, no, you're right, but it also, you need probably top-down and bottom-up at the same time somehow. But I guess all I'm saying is that probably it would be good that in the future it somehow is part of the conversation, or a solution, or a pathway, or something that will also be helpful at that level. But I guess, as Irina said, your plans are to do it anyway. So.
And also what we presented are just some of the project activities. There will be others that we didn't have time to talk about. For example, one of the activities would be engaging with researchers across those 3 regions via journal editors. And that's where conversations that Juan Pablo mentioned will be happening.
Makes sense.
Thank you for your question. Any other question or comment? So then, thank you, our speakers. Well, maybe, Pilar, you can stay here because you are going to do the conclusions. And I'm going to give the stage and the floor to Pilar Rico, because she's going to say goodbye to all of us, and she's going to make a summary of today's session. Thank you, Pilar.
Thank you very much. Well, this is the end of the session, and for the sake of the timing, I'm going to be very brief. We started our kickoff meeting of the project yesterday in the morning, and it has been lasted 1.5 days. And today we have the great pleasure to have you here joining the discussion and taking the temperature of the community and the level of engagement. It's great to see the level of participation and the enthusiasm that we all share. You have probably noticed that many debates will be open throughout the months of the length of the project, and that we will not be able to go through without your help and your support. So you will be contacted and taken into large consideration in the debates that will come. And today we have seen the political contest in the first session that has opened the opportunity for the ALMASI project to be funded. The UNESCO side, the side of the European Commission, and the Coalition S and Science Europe approach to these diamond open access initiatives. Afterwards, we have seen how the different 3 regions involved in the project, where they stand for, and where is the information that they have, the actors, the stakeholders, the level of engagement, and the level how controlled the communities are by our members of the consortium. And now you had a flavor of the work that will be conducted during the coming 36 months. It's a lot, but it will be very promising, as we were saying at the opening words, will be rewarding and will be challenging. And we have the opportunity to make the open access diamond model the main venue for communication science. I think it's worth trying it, and I really want to thank the Commission for the opportunity to bring together the 3 regions in this very brave initiative. It will not be easy to encompass all these elements together in such a broad geographical context, but for us it's very clear that if we do not that together, it will not be done, and it will not work. So let's try to do it together, and thank you for supporting us. Thank you very much. Now we are having a cocktail upstairs, same place where we had a coffee break. Is a cocktail for us to do some networking and get some fresh air.